Welcome, guys. Good evening, or morning, afternoon. Welcome back to Tectony. Today, we're going to continue our base build of bunker. But first, I have to fly through this thunderstorm because it just looks amazing. Let's fly through the clouds. Let's see. I can almost see Cloud City right there in the background. Eventually, we will build a low orbit base here at this altitude, at the point where you can see the density of the clouds. They added this in the recent update for No Man's Sky Origins. Before, the clouds were nothing like this. They look amazing. You can see the thickness, you can go through them. They're 3D rendered, and also they're procedurally generated. So no two clouds are alike. You can tell. Look at the uniqueness of the clouds and how they change over time, right? That's weird that the ship rendered partially, right? Alright, let's try again. Yeah, that's the full ship. Look at that. The system has 2 stars. Makes the sunsets even more impressive, right? That's pretty awesome right there. Alright, let's go base build. Welcome. Hey Ben, glad to see you. Hey Tectony, how things? Good? Pretty chill day at work. Can't complain. And now, therefore, I got time, and I know I usually wouldn't stream on a Tuesday, but here we are. So I was just so excited about the last where we left the base last stream that I just wanted to jump into the game and keep making progress towards it. So we're live. I love seeing that ship smoking there. We found that crash ship and we just let our freighter henchmen take care of it. We claim it and then get on our actually working ship. Leave the crashed one where we found it. Eventually it'll show up in our freighter. So that's what we say, role playing wise, in our mind. We found the crash one. We said, hey, here's a beacon. We found a ship that's decent. We should claim it. So yeah, let's get some frost crystal before we teleport. I already went ahead earlier today in the lunch break as I eat lunch. I get ready for the stream in the evening, so that's gonna be a good thing. So yeah, because I can eat and prepare, but I have filled pretty much every single stack that I could. Um, so that base building, we have so much submarine fuel, but we have it, and we also have frigate fuel to send frigates on missions. Plenty of it. And I figured out that the best way is to buy to get that fuel is to buy tritium from a space bender, and I marked the system, the star system, the name. I named it Tritium Benders, to remember that that space station sells tritium. So I used tritium, and then I used my freighter's trade terminal, which I think we have one over here. Yes, we do. To buy a ton of well, this one doesn't have it. Hydrogen, I think no one sells it. They sell you tritium, but then you would have to refine tritium into the hydrogen and then use the refiner to mix even more tritium with the dehydrogen that you have just made, and then actually create deuterium, which is the third tier element of the tritium line. You could also get tritium by harvesting asteroids, but that takes a long time, and it's really boring to just be firing at asteroids endlessly. I think, in my opinion, there's everyone finds different things fun. For example, not everyone finds fun like giving stories to things that are not part of the game, like backstories to the planets and the bases and the rooms that you're building and the things that you're doing. Like, so everyone has their own way of playing, and that's all good. So we have a ton of frost crystal. But yeah, Ben says getting it from asteroids does take a long time. I do just buy that. Awesome. Yeah, I think that's smart because you can buy 4,600 from a wealthy systems trade station. I just have to spam 97 times, but that's a lot of glass. And we're here in our freighter, so we can just store it nearby. That way, when we're building, I know you can see that I went ahead and already had 85 of them, and look how much pure ferrite I got. So you know that even though I'm inventory managing right now, I went ahead and I did my homework so that I wouldn't make this part of the process, part of the stream, because it's so boring just jumping around trade stations and buying pure ferrite. So we did our homework, guys. Right. That's that's how I respect your time and how I want to show you good content. Okay. Trade. We have a teleporter in our freighter, so let's go and use that and go back to our bunker planet, the frothing forest planet. Right now, the base is called Atli, but yeah, that's where we're going. We have to name it. I raised the game audio a little bit. Let me know if it's too loud or too low. You want me to raise it? I would appreciate that because it's hard for me to tell exactly, how you're perceiving that audio live at the moment in real time. All right, we should be loading our base soon. All right, here we go. Awesome. Today's stream is straight to building. We left our entryway at a good stopping point. We verified the symmetry, made sure that we didn't have to make edits, that we could just extend it, and um, the we were the progress we're gonna make today is not gonna have to be reverted because of having to fix an error. So over there, you can already see the gate when you leave the electrical plant. Look at that, it's massive, and it should be massive. We still haven't dug, the mountain, but you wouldn't see the mountain. You would see the ceiling, just ceiling of bunker and glass like that, glass, so you could see the stars and everything from inside the bunker as well. You'll be able to if you have if you didn't see the part one, you'll be able to probably like see what how we built one number two from just how we're gonna be placing and extending this frame. You're gonna learn what we did. The only thing is you can notice that in the front we created this protrusion is the word, okay? Means something that sticks out, right? And we use the corners, the inner corners, and then on the roof we can use your builder camera already. On our roof, we use a combination of inner and outer. Okay, I gotta get it closer to our building because it's just so massive that even the camera limit. Okay, let's hit the save file. We're here already. Ben says, I didn't know you was on Xbox. I'm a PS4. Oh man, yeah. It's but the friend code above is the universal No Man's Sky friend code. So if you want to add me, even if you're playing on PS4, you should be able to join me here. And you know, use this base as an outpost for you. I consider us the Divergence. All right, we're a group, and in the No Man's Sky universe, you can share these outposts because they're part of your community. Okay, so we're gonna build those for that, and I'm trying to learn how to extend the distance of the base. I tried it already in my own time. Like just before I even started streaming, just on a different playthrough altogether, and I had trouble, so I never tried it again. I stopped and I never tried it again, but I want to do it because that way we can incorporate a ton of mineral deposits and gas deposits all around this radius of our valley and collect it entirely in this base. So you would arrive and you would have paraffinium, oxygen, and nitrogen, like the biome specifics, and then we would eventually move from a lush planet into a irradiated planet, or a frost planet, or a fungal planet, and then provide the divergence resources for all the biome types, including basalt. I have already found an S-type mineral deposit for basalt or basalt. I don't know how you pronounce it. I gotta research that because I want to pronounce it properly. I like, proper use of terms and words. Yeah, you probably can tell from my accent. My first language is Spanish, but it's that effort that has allowed me to communicate in a work environment in English and everything. So I have found the value of proper terms, using proper terms, and yeah, you'll get a bit of boring philosophy and world knowledge from me. Sometimes I'll go on a rant. Like my ex girlfriends used to say, you have like a dad joke humor. Like all my jokes are like dad jokes. which they sometimes would feel embarrassed if I would be joking in public. They would, yeah. So it has happened twice. It has happened twice, so it may be a thing. So I mentioned we use um, kind of like a rule of thumb. If we are not sure of what we're going to place, we move away and we start placing the things that we do know. So as you can see, we are convinced that the ceiling of the glass is going to continue all the way until it meets the cavern system, right? Because within the cavern system is where we're going to split and have defense. Pretty much everything here is exposed to an atmospheric attack. Okay, the Sentinels, the Atlas, uh, comes at our divergence. All right, and uses a space cannon. Okay, um, and attacks. The reason we build a bunker is because we're gonna be protected from those, right? We're gonna be protected from attacks, and so this area is pretty much exposed. This is the weakest point. That's why we're also gonna have escape routes and all other entries like these to escape, smaller entries, maybe for just an exocraft to get out, large enough for an exocraft. So we'll implement a different design for a hangar. It'll be a smaller hangar, kind of like an emergency, you probably will do it on the back side of the mountain, um, so that if this one is compromised, the farthest point of the one that is compromised will be an escape route. Will be usable as an. Oh no, you see? Be careful. Pick your colors. I always say that, and it sounds so ranty, but now I have to go over everything and recolor it in order to match, because just the atmosphere's hue is enough for me to not tell the difference between white and this extremely light colored cyan. And some of the parts are even in the terrain already. So, therefore, we'll have to wait until we dig, and hopefully I remember again to recolor those. But yes, we found out early, and I just have to target all these. At the end, the last step after you before you start decorating. Well, before I start decorating, and the last step I do is I go over all the structure, the entire structure, and I remove redundant pieces, and I remove like I confirm that the symmetry is correct. Remove errors or bugs or defects in the symmetry. Because once you start placing the decorations, the rendering will drop, and you'll notice that. So you want to have as clean a base as possible by then. But that's just a tip, and that is just to keep mega structures efficient like these, because you see how many structures we're placing just to get into the mountain. Eventually, if we start running out of parts and the rendering gets really bad, we can cut the length here, and we can have it start kind of here or something. You know, we can use flatten tool to extend. We can work around that. But yeah, this is the good height that we want. Nope, I changed the color. Let's go back to the color that it is. And let's keep with the slope. So Ben, are you playing No Man's Sky today? Uh, are you what are you up to over there? Oh, misplaced that one, but eventually the structures we place will help us dig only the terrain that's within the structure that so we avoid making more edits to the terrain that we need. Last time in the Arctic bunker we made a ton of edits that I shouldn't have made, and then it was very time consuming to go over everything with the restore tool and dig it out. And I mean, revert it back to what it was. But this is a good change from that Arctic bunker base because that one had extreme weather, and man, was that annoying. It was every few minutes, every 5 minutes or so, we had an extreme storm that would last for exactly that 5 more minutes, very making it very difficult to see, making it very difficult to hear. Like I had to have the environment muted. It's not the best. All right, let's summon our freighter. Don't worry, we have plenty of ferrite dust. The issue is that my spacecraft is far away, so I'm not able to access my spacecraft's inventory. So let's summon both our freighter and our exocraft. Have it just there chilling. At this point, I can hit the save because we've just extended the same symmetry. We haven't made decisions in design yet. We've just extended and made progress towards where we left off yesterday. So I can override that manual save without any worries. Forgot to get a drink of water, a glass of water before I started the stream. I may just take a moment soon just to get a bottle, yeah. If you know the part that you have to place, but it's still within the terrain, you can place it, no problem, and you can dig later and use that wall as a barrier. Only dig the terrain you need. Just gotta visualize. So I remember I placed a wall there. Now it's gonna be a slope wall. I cannot see it, and I don't know if it's in the right angle. It's not. This one. I'd rather dig it out. Okay. So we have pretty much connected the ceiling and the inner layer to the terrain. We're still missing the outer layer. Let's go here so that we still are within distance. Yep, that's right. Now, walls. Origins did make improvements for large bases, for rendering of large bases. And what I think they did was that they made it so you would render kind of like what you're near. So you could build large bases without affecting so much the rendering power or limit or capacity because You would just be rendering uh, what you had nearby. All right. So the outer layer is gonna be finished here once we merge it because we're not gonna be digging, right? We're not gonna be digging on the outside. Um, so therefore, we'll be finished here and we'll move on to the inside of the bunker finally. But it takes time to place all these parts, but it's gonna look pretty good, I think, and makes it worth it. So there's merge, but it's still missing this top part. I remember our Ark Survival has a similar feature. You only render the building parts that you're kind of like looking at. And if you turn your camera really fast, you can see them render in, flash in for a second. But still, you know it's good because even though you're rendering things consistently, that's what's called lazy loading in programming in web development, for example. You have a huge, massive application, right? And it takes all these files of code in order to create the entire application. So you have all the pages that make up that application, the home page, the about us page, all the pages that you could navigate through and you use, right? So if you are visiting, say for example, YouTube's your notifications in YouTube, then why do you need the code that makes up your channels, the content, the inner content of your channels, or the latest recommendation, right? No. So what they do is they serve you only the files that are needed to render the URL that you have requested. So that's called lazy loading. Um, so if you're in your Gmail, you're not gonna render Google Drive, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, right? Um, but that takes a decision, the decision of a programmer to make it so. By default, your browser gets all the files, all the files for the entire app, unless a programmer says no. I'm gonna take extra effort and I'm gonna make it lazy load. So instead of my users having to wait, you know, like say 7 seconds for the app to load, it would take more. Massive pages like Google that we're using as a reference or YouTube, it would it would take a lot more to load the entire suite. Um, but yeah, they and that makes it that's also very considerate when you think about it data of phone cellular data, because if you only have to download 500 kilobyte size JavaScript file or something instead of a 5 megabyte sized file for the entire application, then you just save money. Because I don't know you, but my data plan, is gonna charge me for usage. So that's lazy loading. That's a programming concept. I don't know why I'm even talking about. I forgot why I brought it up. Oh, because of the improvements of No Man's Sky Origins. My theory on how they improve. They said they improve it, but that's the patch notes. They don't tell you how they improve it. Programmatically or technically. But yeah, It's good. It's a good thing. It lets us build massive bunkers and future upcoming space stations. I want to build a low orbit base that is at the exact height of the clouds, of the newly designed and created clouds. Basically, create Cloud City of Star Wars' Cloud City, floating up in the clouds. Almost done with the outer shell. And then we're gonna take a look and hit the save file as well. I like the luminescent grass here, the purple grass that is bioluminescent. That's new with the origins as well, so makes sense. We're building bases and in planets that showcase the awesome work done by the origins update. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, let me run around it. Okay, I'm gonna fly to the ceiling. Okay, probably don't need this one. Okay, now let's use our mining beam and restore. This will make our base look seamless with the terrain. You can also increase the size of your restore, making it way more quick. And then we're gonna have to restore this part again because I forgot to do something. Okay, I like to switch between pretty much there. Yeah, so that you couldn't tell from inside or outside that where the terrain meets. Again, we're going to use the terrain restore. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't leave that massive hole in there. There you go. So now we dig on the inside, but it's not gonna look like the dirt is on top of the glass. That might cause it to shatter, you know. It wouldn't shatter in real game, but there we go. This is like a scan around. Eventually we'll add a secondary color, but for now we're just gonna commit to this primary one, which I think goes well with the purple, like bioluminescent. It's like a fluorescent neon green. That's good. That's really good. All right, guys. The outer shell is done. That's the difficult part because now it's all inside and you don't have to design what the eyes don't see. Okay. Save point. Mining beam. You can take your time. I don't want to dig more than I need. Let's use the geology cannon. But be careful because this one, the AoE goes through the walls and will dig more on the outside than you want. So I use it kind of like on the center and on big chunks. On the finer detail, I want to use the mining beam. As long as we're removing a ton of this dirt, we're making progress. let's see if we can place. Yeah, this is the process. We have to get. Yeah, we just gotta dig, dig. Yep, yep. So we're gonna use the foundations to extend to kind of like auto dig for us. But before we're finished, we're gonna remove the foundations and then actually use the flatten tool. You'll notice that the terrain will grow back when you remove the foundation. So we want to make sure that we permanently remove that terrain using our terrain manipulator. But it is a quick way to dig. So we're gonna use the best of both worlds. We're going to use this to dig a ton. All right, let's we're with that for now. At least we can now see the part we're placing. No more ferrite dust. Huh. First trip, our first trip. Okay, let's go get ferrite dust. This one is easy. Every space station will sell ferrite dust. We could even land on it. Pretty sure we could. No, apparently not. Welcome, guys. The portrait dude. Sorry. Welcome, portrait dude. He says, I found out that hard way. Dug straight sight lines for my power and resource pipes, then had it all grow back later. I had tunnels going through mountain ranges and everything. Wow, and it all grew back. Yep. Sorry to hear that, Porto dude. We've all been there. That's how we all learn. Unless we saw it in a video, luckily, and actually paid attention. But who pays attention and follows advice? You know, no one. We all trying to make our own path and make mistakes. But yeah, it grows back if you just have your foundations dig for you, it'll grow back. So we're using it to dig fast. So as you can see, we can literally see where we're placing the parts, but we'll go back, remove the foundations, let the terrain grow back, and then flatten it, and then place the foundations back again. So yeah, um, only 1,700. Luckily, every single alien that lands on this station will sell us ferrite dust. The portrait dude says, "Gotta bounce, but enjoyed watching for a bit, man. Keep up the great work." Thanks, portrait dude. Appreciate the support and the encouragement. Glad you enjoyed it, and you're welcome here anytime. Have a good night, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Um, so yeah, we're gonna keep building, and you'll be able to see the progress we made later. Introduces, I now build almost all my bases above ground and use the foundation structures. Yeah, that's a good idea. Um, I did build one bunker that's following this pattern, and it hasn't grown back. Um, it's in a different save file, so it's not easy to show you. Oh, it's an A class for 2 million units. So yeah, but there is a video on the playlist for the more. It's called the Morrowind bunker base. That base has not grown back. It's been months, and I visited. That's like the headquarters. That's the headquarters of that the first playthrough that I made, and luckily it hasn't grown back. What am I doing? I'm talking to aliens that are already leaving. They left. All right. Well, this one is arriving, and that one as well. So the the starships will change, but the pilots will be recycled, and eventually their inventory will be exhausted. But for these kind of you can always switch your star system. If, but yeah, okay. Let's see how much we have. We can use more. comes another one. That's a pretty nice fighter, huh? The front of it looks identical to an X-Wing. So yeah, just buying a bit extra will save us a trip. And let's talk to this guy, be the last guy. Yeah, you can see, even though this alien just landed, we have already bought all the ferrite dust he has. So let's go back to base. Next time we run out of ferrite dust, I'll pick another system because you'll have to wait until they replenish. Just like the space station. I gotta rename that base. Land for me. It is clear. No. Thank you. Yeah, don't try to fly your ship into a hangar. It's not gonna work out well. It looks like this should look like a starship could fly in and out of. But don't try it because you would have to have either the ceiling open, the roof open, or yeah, you can't do it because there is a limit, and it blocks you from landing your starship on a landing pad that has a ceiling. Okay. Just remove. You can just spam it, make it fast. Recharge. Just be careful because this will damage your character. Alright, I'm gonna be careful here because I'm approaching the edge of the wall. gotta keep digging. Only one way to get this dirt out of here, right? Just blasting it. Once we get deep in the cave, the I I won't worry so much about using the geology cannon against the walls of the. Be careful when using your geology cannon. You see these floating leftover pebbles? If your plasma hits this, the explosion radius will be way closer to you than you intend to, right? For example, you see? That would have blown my face out if I would have been way too close. If you're on survival or no, not permadeath, you don't want. But if you're on survival, just keep your resources in your spaceship, the valuable ones, or keep them in your cargo because you don't lose your cargo if you die. You don't lose your cargo or what's in your starship. Unless you die on your starship, then you do lose your what is on your starship. Wow, look, there's still glass here. We could have used a steeper slope because we wouldn't have had to build this so long. But it is going to be impressive, that's for sure. Maybe a bit excessive. Right, I want to clear those floating pebbles. Look, they're really close, some of them. Yeah, if I start using the geology cannon. It's not gonna end well. gonna hit the save. Oh yeah, we have ruby wyverns or drakes. Look at these. I think they look pretty cool. Yeah, still seamless. We haven't dug around it. This just occurred to me. I think it's helping. This is therapeutic. It's just like watching all this crumble. We're about to create the corner, the first towards the Exocraft parking lot. It's gonna be a cross intersection. We can probably even put a stop sign, a stop light, and program the stop light so that only one can travel at a time. So if the proximity sensor senses one car in one exocraft in one lane or about to cross, it'll turn it red, turn the light red for the others. Then once the exocraft is gone, it'll turn green for them again. And it'll flip, it'll inverse for a second proximity switch. Yeah, let's do that. That just, I think that will be good. Floors are not digging anymore. Eventually that'll happen. That's why I think you have a limit on the terrain edits that you have. After a certain point, you run out. And yes, with one bunker base, you'll run out. I don't think we're deep enough yet, though. Probably once we reach here, we can start the. If we don't go deep enough there, the corner once we cross will be visible from the outside because the you'll see it, you'll see parts of it through the terrain. We're getting close though. At this point, our mining beam can get away from us a bit, and it's not gonna be a problem because you won't see if we bleed a little bit outside of the shell of the hangar from the outside, right? There's a lot of work to be done. Let's see how it looks outwards. Yes, this is gonna be a good hangar. Hey, Kilo Caritas. Is this the volcano base? This is not. This is the frothing forest base. But it's pretty much the design that we were trying to implement over there. I don't think in the volcano base we'll be able to build a bunker because we're gonna run into the same issue that we ran into in the Arctic base. That was that the terrain limiter was very close to the surface of the mountain. So we could only build an extremely shallow bunker. But that's why we found Extreme Cave Planet, which is this one. And I already went and tested, and I made sure that I don't know where that place. I made sure that I could continuously dig through this wall, and I wouldn't reach any limit. Excuse me. So we should be good this time around. This is our third attempt at a bunker. But this is the final one. I like the bubbles. It beats the extreme weather, doesn't it? The Arctic planet had extreme weather, the volcano planet had extreme weather, and it was just so difficult to see. We have no storms on this planet at all. Probably this might be where we start the corner. I want to start the corner as early as possible. But it has to be deep enough so that when we turn left and right, you don't see it from the outside, the terrain slope at the top of our bunker. But yeah, it only takes digging a little bit more to get the right depth. Yeah, sorry, I'm kind of like just spaced out placing these parts. If you have any questions or anything, any comments, feel free and I'll reply. Hazarden Shade, welcome Hazarden. He says, "How do you come up with a base like this? My best idea is my current base, which is a glass tower for my Shade Corporation HQ." Nice. A Shade Corporation HQ. I like it. Yeah, the tower sounds good. I haven't built a tower though. And now with the upgraded visuals of the added by No Man's Sky Origin, so you should have pretty good scenery from your tower. But that sounds good. Yeah. You can try a bunker. Why not? It takes time, as you can see, but you can look at the process we used in episode 1 if you want. Um, like if you have any questions or anything, just ask me right now live, and I'll answer them. But basically, we started obviously in the outside and are working our way in, digging our way. The outer shell, we created one wall thickness to create a sense of depth, as well as in the roof. You can see that one wall thickness, that creates like a sense of solidity, that it is heavy, a heavy wall and a heavy ceiling. Um, but yeah, it's just at this point a matter of digging. What we're gonna be looking for is a corner, make a corner, but that is invisible from the outside. So I'm trying to dig a little bit farther in so that we can turn left and right, and afterwards create chamber rooms that are gonna serve as parking for our exocraft. Let's start placing walls now. Hazer then says, "Nice, very nice, awesome." Which way did I pronounce your username correct? The first time or the second time? Hazerden or Hazarden? Um, it's a new word for me. Sorry. Nah, I don't want to make a fool of myself here pronouncing names that I should probably know. Okay, let's try it. Let's try turn the corner here. I think this is far enough. Let's see how many. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 because I forgot to count one. And then from here, you can see. Ah, yes, of course. We can already start the corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, and the corner would go that way into the mountain and that way outwards. Maybe this way it will be exposed. Okay, let's count here. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, maybe we should go 8. Let's go 8. 8 ceilings, 8 solid ceilings from the first glass one. Hazer then says, "You got it right. It's said with the more of an A sound, not an A sound." Okay, Hazer then. Hey, Hazer then. Yep. Awesome. So what's that Shade Corporation? Sounds like the Umbrella Corporation of Resident Evil. Are you like an evil force in the No Man's Sky universe? Experimented with mutagens. Nice. This is a nice view. We have animals inside our base. That's how large this shelter is. Hazer then says, "Most just call me Haze or Shade, and the Shade Corp is a mercenary merchant guild." Nice. Is that like a role play, or is that an actual guild in the game, like a gag mercenary guild, or those that you do in the mission? Because we have our own. We have the Divergence. Like all the bases we build are for the Divergence. Which reminds me, where are my flags? Here they are. Yeah, just a roleplay. Awesome, man. Yeah, I do too. That's give it a layer of depth and purpose and context to whatever you're doing or building. Awesome, man. Glad I'm not the only one. You know. Haze is cool. Nice. Oh, you guys, you know each other too? At Killer Caritas, thank you. Says Hazerden. Haze. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, exactly 8. Since the left side is the one that's most at risk to be exposed on the outside, I'm gonna build that one first in case I have to push the base further. Once I commit to that corner, you know, making an edit and fixing it and shifting things one square over this way or that way, it's gonna be very, very difficult. It's gonna take just removing everything and replacing it. Everything up until that point, right? That's why we do save points, and we check the symmetry at different stages of the build so that we avoid having to roll back so far in time. If we have an error, we fix it early on and avoid, you know, building on top of the error. Let's remove as much as possible. I don't want to leave any floating pebbles behind. We're deep into the bunker now. All right. Let's see. Let's go one further just for safety. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So let's clear a bit more of terrain, and then we start placing our corner. We're running low on ferrite dust again. This is a point where we could fall out of symmetry if we're not careful. So let's double check it. What I'm looking at as the wall and the floors are all lined up. They are. Now, since this is the corner, the wall is gonna go like this. Same over here. Now let's dig. I'm gonna save. It's big. Killer Caritas says, is your multi-tool reticle max out? Yes, this multi-tool is kind of like a handy multi-tool. It has the geology cannon maxed out. It has the scanner, mining beam, but it has no offensive capabilities. The offensive one is an alien blaster here that has pretty much every weapon except the infra knife. I'm missing an upgrade on the weapon one. Oh no, these are not the right ones. Just spam it. Spam the volley of geology cannon. Yeah, but this is way faster than the mining beam. Just gotta be careful not to blow yourself up with one of those floating pebbles. Okay. Trying to clear all these floating ones. Alright. Okay, here I want to do something different. I want to actually make a corner as well. Like this. Probably not. One more. Yes. Like that. Gotta restore that. Just get a mine. There's a lot of terrain. This is the way. Just bombarding the wall. Yeah, but this is just gonna make it more rewarding once we actually have an awesome bunker. I just placed a marker. I want to see how deep I'm placing that corner. Oh, look, you can't even see the. Alright, it's here. So yeah, we will corner. I think we're good. Yeah, definitely. This is the concern. This is the shallowest part, but I think we have plenty of clearance. One, two, three, 4, 5, and 6. Save point. I'm gonna take a short break very soon. It's we're about to hit the 2 hour mark. Usually I take a break then. It will be just 5 or let's say 7 minutes. I this time I have to go to the bathroom. Okay, but yeah, I'll let you know. So it's gonna be a break at 10 p.m. Eastern time, and then we'll be back at 10:07. But look out, it's gonna be amazing. And we have run out of fairy dust yet again. Let's go to our teleporter. Excuse me. Eventually, we're gonna remove the teleporter from this room. We're gonna place it on its own. Anywhere that is prosperous. So yeah, basically, let's collect the ferrite dust, and then we'll pause, take that intermission, and when we come back, it'll be directly into base building and placing the parts. We'll have all the ferrite dust needed, and it won't take any time to get it because all the space stations sell ferrite dust, and if the economy is wealthy, they'll have around 4,600 units of each element. So it's plenty for a long time. Plus, the aliens that land will have similar amounts of ferrite dust. This one has 4,000 for almost 5,000. Now let's wait for some aliens to land. Maybe we get lucky and find an exotic starship. I don't know. But look at that. This is full. One purchase. But we're gonna fill the freighter as well. looks like there's 3 starships coming in. Nice. He has 4,000. Okay, so what we need to do is take our starship and empty it out. Every alien that lands will have the same amount, so don't worry if this guy leaves. — 8,000 ferrite dust. We got. Anyone else want to sell us ferrite dust? No? Okay, we're good. We have plenty. This is the base. Alright, we're back at base. This planet, it says it has bilious storms, but we haven't seen a single storm. Beepers. Over there just checking out what we're doing. Nope. You see? It grew back. This will grow back. Let's go ahead. Beelzebub, welcome. Beelzebub says Jesus himself. What? What do you say that? Let it all come back. It is one if you want to place the exocraft, it's good to flatten it out because the exocraft sometimes they don't quite listen to the shape of the floors more so than the more to the terrain that's underneath the floor. And sometimes if it's jagged like this, all messed up, it can cause issues when you're traveling over it. So I rather take a little bit of time, make sure that it goes over, and then go about and flatten out. Alright, we want to use our lowest setting of our mining beam to make sure that we don't dig out back now, because when we go inside we'll see that some has grown on the ceiling over there, so we'll have to clear it, but we'll be careful to avoid having to do it again. Almost done. Come on, grow back. Freaking crater over here. Alright, let's flatten. We'll restore wherever we find gaps. You also want to flatten just a little bit below your foundation. Otherwise, sometimes some of the grass sticks out through the floor. It is tedious, but it's worth it. Oh, yeah, just make sure your flattened beam is far enough from your character that it won't cause that glitch where you, it's not a glitch, it's just a prevention safety measure so that you don't go through the mesh, I suspect. But trust me, having your terrain already be flat is gonna be way worth it, because I think this may be what helps avoid the terrain grow back. At least I did this in the Morrowind bunker, and it did help. It did, like the terrain has not grown back, never grew back. But I did this. I removed the floors and I actually flattened out the terrain, and it helped everything, and it also helped the exocraft be able to traverse this with no issues. And you can see it doesn't take that much time to actually flatten it out. It's way quicker than digging it out with the mining beam. And now we can also use the same level to actually dig instead of using our, that's what I'm gonna do. I should have done that earlier. Okay. Before we go and clean the outer rims, let's restore wherever there are gaps, like here. Places where it's lower than our flatten. I think that's pretty good. Nice. Awesome, awesome. Okay, let's place down these floors now. But you can see we're actually placing floors on top of flat terrain. Everything has been dug with either the mining beam or the Minotaur. Mostly with the mining beam or the terrain manipulator, I mean. And that's the best way I know to prevent it from going back. Notice also that because we created this terrain, the game thinks that we're kind of like outside on the surface and has rendered in animals inside our bunker, floating, flying animals. And there's also terrain animals. So they're just jumping around our base. Excuse me. All right, there you go. So we have flattened out the terrain, and we have then replaced our floors so that it is not the floors digging the terrain, but the terrain has been already flattened. Let's go ahead and remove these pesky flying remainders, leftovers of our terrain. And then with the lowest setting of our mining beam, let's try to dig the inside here that grew back when we used the restore from the outside. No, it takes a bit of time to harvest it with the lowest setting, but it helps guarantee that you dig the least amount of terrain from the outside. I mean the other side of the wall. We don't want to show that on the outside of the bunker. Just have to be patient and I know this is kind of like boring. But digging with the lowest setting of the mining beam is gonna be worth it. It's gonna make it so that we only have to dig this once. And hopefully the outside will remain pretty much untouched. There might be some effects, some bleed, I mean, from the mining beam. Um, but it's the way to keep it minimal. Almost done. Alright, looking clean. Our bunker has animals. But yeah, that was one benefit of actually flattening out the terrain. The fauna registers the terrain, our new terrain. Or the floor of the bunker to be the same as the actual terrain. There you go. So you can see we minimally dug the outerwards, so we don't have to repeat that process over and over and over. Alright, I'm going to take that break now. I know it was supposed to be at 10 flat and it's 10:30 now. But that's fine. No, excuse me. I think it works well. It takes a long time, but it drives really well through our newly flattened terrain. Can you tell that it's kind of like wobbling? You can tell that? So that is because, like I mentioned, the exocraft, when it's traveling, it cares more about the terrain underneath the floors than the surface of the floors themselves. So if your terrain underneath the floors is jagged, the exocraft will will start to like rumble and go like it's going over terrain like this. Like let me see if I can show you here that I haven't flattened this area. It's not that bad, but yeah, it's pretty cool. Even the Colossus has full rotation. Alright guys, be right back. All right, we're back. All right, I want to do the same thing that I did over there here and continue digging with the flatten tool. Let's delete all the silk powder, silicate powder. Okay, let's start flattening out and we'll fill in where we have gaps. Yeah, this is gonna be the way for us to dig. Yeah, yeah, this is the way to dig. That does help a lot. You see, as soon as we start flattening the terrain, animals start appearing inside the base. One second, I think my dog is barking. I gotta check it. One second. Sorry, I thought I had left her in the balcony. Sometimes she likes to stay out to watch the dogs walk by and stuff, and her bark seemed that she was outside, but no, no, she's fine. She's right here next to me. Okay, so we are creating our corner and our cross section here. We want to make it 6 wide as well. So Mara, behave. Want to make sure to keep that value and count them. Make sure that, okay, so let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, perfect. Now we can start probably placing yes. These are gonna help us dig. And then let's make sure our corner is also symmetrically lined up. Yes. And then here, like that. Now, this forward will lead to the entrance to the bunker itself. The bunker will have a secure entrance and it would be centered yeah, within the main corridor. So we'll use the two sides to park our exocraft. Yeah, this is the way to dig. Then you don't have to even flatten the terrain out later. I don't know how far we're gonna make these corridors, but let's make them even. So nope. Okay, let's count it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 would be the corner. I think that's fine. I think that's enough length. Yeah, but this is gonna be massive. Massive bunker base. Yeah, afterwards we'll use the cannon, geology cannon, to dig up the ceiling. Dig out the ceiling. We cannot use the flatten for that. But having placed walls as well will help out, as they'll serve as a barrier between. At this point we're so deep it doesn't matter. We've had to dig a ton, right? More than that, more than a ton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, 7, 8. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. making progress, so slowly but surely. Oh, one, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. Now we put floors here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and 4. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. finally have one of the two corridors. We're missing the big chamber. You tell them, Mara. Keep it down. Puppy's trying to sleep. Booyah. Pretty epic. I'm gonna test it out with the exograph, with the Colossus here. Let's hit that save point in case we crash. We don't lose any save data, right? Oh, come on. Go away. It's not that it grows away, it's that it takes time to render the... So yeah, things may grow back, just clean them out. And hopefully they won't return. Alright, so now we'll have to do the same for this side. Let me get this out of the way. There's a few more here for us to clear. Just make sure, let's go over it. There are some things that are uh, this one may grow back, the one on the ceiling. I don't know, maybe. Hopefully not. But yeah, this is pretty much a good stopping point, so I'm gonna finish cleaning this out, and then we'll come back tomorrow for part 3 here of the bunker build. We will be continuing the 2 chambers, the cross intersection. We should get it done by in tomorrow's stream, and maybe start working on the inner chambers. That's gonna be first the parking lot for the exocraft, and after that we'll move toward to the base itself, which is gonna be built using large prefabs mainly. Yeah, so the idea, so that you can see it, our exocraft will come in the main hangar, and then they will be able to either turn right or turn left, and I think one of them is gonna be the parking lot, and then another one may be like a industrial refiner area that they're coming into the deposit minerals and resources, and then they come back into the other chamber, and then they park for the night. Then forward will be the entryway into the bunker, into the base itself. We're still very close from our base computer, so we still have plenty of space to keep digging. I want to do one test before I log out. I'm gonna save now, and then I'm gonna reload it to see. Let's get rid of this, to see exactly what renders in. I also want to do one thing. I forgot to do this measurement. Wow, it is massive. Oh wait, what is this? Oh wow, we came out the other side. Oh no, it's a glitch into the mesh. What time is it? cago en... Tachu, hey, welcome. He says, night, bro. Good night to you too. How's it going? I made a mess. I broke the symmetry and had to revert back some parts. Tachu says, I'm Brazilian. Nice. Where you from? Where in Brazil? But yeah, Brazil is one of the places I would like to see one day. I haven't been. A few of my colleagues from college were both from Brazil. They're really, really cool people. Very smart. Okay, 4 tiles. Ah, finally, it's undone. The mess up that I made. Um, yep. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then over here another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and finally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we have a cross intersection that's symmetric and proportional. Tachu says, No Man's Sky is not much popular on Brazil. Ah, I'm sorry to hear that. Um, I've been enjoying it a lot, but it doesn't matter what other people find, popular or interesting. It's what you enjoy, If you enjoy the game, that's all that matters. But I get it. You would like to, play with people, your friends and stuff, and they're not playing. Been there. Okay, I'm gonna stop working on the intersection. But before I log out, I want to try something. I want to mirror this effect that we did uh, with the raised roof here in the bottom, and possibly create a walkway. No, it's not gonna work. Not gonna work. No. Bystanders will just have to settle for because ideally the sides would be walkways, and then the exocraft will go through the middle. That way travelers can walk on the either side, and we can actually color them, kind of thing. Vice versa. But yeah, I'll figure that out. For now, I will stop the stream here. Sorry, you just got in, Taku. Uh, we I was I was gonna end it before too, but I wanted to fix that error before I come back tomorrow and I have totally erased and forgotten it. But we will continue back tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern time, um, and then we'll go all the way to midnight Eastern time. But I appreciate you coming by, and yeah, if you wanna get notified, you can subscribe and hit the notification bell, and that way tomorrow you get notified when we're live. But really sorry that it's when you join. I should go over and replace all the floors that I use for ceilings because they're digging the terrain in. A floor costs 10 ferrite. And a ceiling? Oh, ceilings cost 25. Alright, guys, we're gonna stop here. Thanks for coming by. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We'll be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And so